sejahtera bagi kita semua. Mari panjatkan syukur kepada Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala. Pada hari ini tanggal 18 November 2023, kita dapat berkumpul dalam keadaan sehat walafiat. Selamat datang di acara The Second H20 Halalworld 2023, Realizing a Global Halal Standard. Good morning and greetings to all of us. Praise to the presence of Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala. On this November 18, we are gathered here today in this event with good and stable state of health. Welcome to the second H20 Halalworld 2023, Realizing Global Halal Standard. Ladies and gentlemen, let's start by saying Basmalah. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Hadirin yang kami hormati, mengawali acara pada pagi hari ini, mari kita bersama-sama memanjatkan doa untuk saudara kita di Palestina dengan melantunkan sholawat askil. Ladies and gentlemen, before we begin the event, let's pray for our brothers and sisters in Palestine.
جينا نعيدكم بالعيد بنسألكم ليش ما في عنا لا عياد ولا زينة يا عالم أرضي محروقة أرضي حرية مسروقة سمانا عم تحلم عم تسأل الأيام وين الشمس الحلوة ورفوف الحمام يا عالم أرضي محروقة أرضي حرية مسروقة أرضي صغيرة مثل صغيرة أعطونا السلام أعطونا الطفولة أعطونا الطفولة أعطونا الطفولة أعطونا الطفولة.
Indonesia mendesak agar perang dan tindakan kekerasan segera dihentikan untuk menghindari semakin bertambahnya korban manusia dan hancurnya harta benda. Akar konflik tersebut, yaitu pendudukan wilayah Palestina oleh Israel, harus segera diselesaikan sesuai dengan parameter yang sudah disepakati PBB.
Indonesia sudah melakukan itu di mana-mana. Karena itu ketika terjadi di Palestina, itu Indonesia akan menyampaikan bantuan baik oleh pemerintah maupun oleh masyarakat yang sekarang mulai bergerak mengumpulkan bantuan sesuai dengan kebutuhan di sana.
Bapak, Ibu, saudara-saudara yang saya cintai sebangsa setanah air, kita semua berkumpul di sini karena kita mencintai bangsa Palestina. Karena kita mencintai rakyat Palestina. Oleh karena itu saya hanya ingin mengajak Bapak Ibu sekalian, semua saudara-saudara saya untuk bersama-sama melakukan sholat gaib untuk para syahid yang menjadi korban Israel, yang menjadi korban agresi Israel, dan sekaligus mendoakan agar bangsa Palestina segera mendapatkan kedamaian, keadilan, dan kemerdekaannya.
وأشغلي ظالم بالظالمين وأخرجنا من بينهم سالمين وعلى آله وصحبه وسلم.
Let's we have the Salawat Askil together.
Allahumma salli ala sayyidina Muhammad wa ashghili zalimin bil zalimin wa akhrijna min bainihim salimin wa ala alihi wa sahbihi wa sallim.
Salawat Askil.
Allahumma salli ala sayyidina Muhammad wa ashghili zalimin bil zalimin wa akhrijna min bainihim salimin wa ala alihi wa sahbihi wa sallim.
Hadirin yang berbahagia, momen yang dinanti, penandatanganan perjanjian kerjasama antara BPJPH dengan 8 lembaga. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the moment that we all been waiting for. The signing agreement between BPJPH with 8 stakeholders. Allow me to invite all the 8 representatives. Wakil Rektor Bidang Akademik dan Kemahasiswaan Teknologi Sumatera, Bapak Khairul Rijal. Ketua Halal Center UIN Maulana Malik Ibrahim Malang, Bapak Begung Fauzia. Universitas Islam Negeri Syarif Hidayatullah Jakarta, Bapak Adi Riyadi. Universitas Islam Negeri Wali Songo Semarang, Ibu Malikatul Hidayah. Balai Besar Standarisasi dan Pelayanan Jasa Industri Kulit, Karet, dan Plastik, Bapak Hagung Eko Pawoko. PT Halal Digital Indonesia, Ibu Yuliana Zahara Mega. Halal Madani, Ibu Gustia. Dan Anin, Manajer ITS Tekno. Dan kami ingin mengundang Bapak Ahil Irham selaku Kepala BPJPH untuk ke atas panggung. Baik, telah dilaksanakan penandatanganan perjanjian kerjasama antara BPJPH dengan Wakil Rektor Bidang Akademi dan Kemahasiswaan Teknologi Sumatera, Bapak Khairul Rijal. Dan selanjutnya telah dilaksanakan penandatanganan kerjasama antara BPJPH dengan Ketua Halal Center UIN Maulana Malik Ibrahim Malang, yaitu Bapak Begum Fauzia. Dan selanjutnya telah dilaksanakan penandatanganan perjanjian kerjasama antara Universitas Islam Negeri Syarif Hidayatullah Jakarta Bapak Hadi Riyadi dan BPJPH. Dan telah dilaksanakan penandatanganan perjanjian kerjasama antara Universitas Islam Negeri Wali Songo Semarang, Ibu Malikatul Hidayah dan BPJPH. Dan selanjutnya akan ada penandatanganan perjanjian kerjasama antara Balai Besar Standarisasi dan Pelayanan Jasa Industri Kulit, Karet, dan Plastik Bapak Agung Eko Pawoko dengan BPJPH. Dan kita saksikan bersama penandatanganan perjanjian kerjasama PT Halal Digital Indonesia Ibu Yuliana Zahara Mega dengan BPJPH. Dan kita akan menyaksikan penandatanganan perjanjian kerjasama antara Halal Madani diwakili oleh Ibu Gustia bersama dengan BPJPH. Dan selanjutnya adalah penandatanganan perjanjian kerjasama antara Ibu Anin selaku manajer IPS Tekno dan BPJPH. Baik, kami ucapkan selamat kepada seluruh perwakilan lembaga dan selanjutnya akan dilaksanakan foto bersama. Kami persilahkan untuk bisa bergabung. Selain perwakilan dari para lembaga, kami persilahkan untuk turun dari atas panggung. Dan selanjutnya akan dilaksanakan foto bersama. Mari kita berikan tepuk tangan yang paling meriah atas ditandatanganinya perjanjian kerjasama antara BPJPH dengan seluruh 8 lembaga. Sekali lagi kami ucapkan selamat. Dan selanjutnya, penyerahan serah terima sertifikat akreditasi kepada lembaga LPH.
Baik, Bapak dan Ibu, untuk selanjutnya adalah penandatanganan fakta integritas dan surat perjanjian pelaksanaan tugas bagi 14 LPH terakreditasi, baik LPH pemerintah maupun LPH masyarakat. Sehingga saat ini kita sudah memiliki 67 lembaga pemeriksa halal yang terakreditasi dari perwakilan pemerintah dan masyarakat. 14 lembaga pemeriksa halal yang akan menandatangani fakta integritas dan surat perjanjian pelaksanaan tugas pada hari ini adalah: yang pertama, Lembaga Pemeriksa Halal Kajian Halalan Thoyiban Muhammadiyah, Provinsi DKI Jakarta, status akreditasi utama. Yang kedua, LPH Politeknik Negeri Sriwijaya Palembang, Provinsi Sumatera Selatan, status akreditasi pratama. Ketiga, LPH Bakti Mandiri Syariah, Provinsi Daerah Istimewa Yogyakarta, status akreditasi pratama. Keempat, LPH BSPJI Jakarta, Provinsi DKI Jakarta, status akreditasi pratama. Kelima, BBSPJI Kimia, Farmasi dan Kemasan Pekayon Provinsi DKI Jakarta, status akreditasi pratama. Keenam, BSPJI Padang, Provinsi Sumatera Barat, status akreditasi pratama. Ketujuh, BSPJI Medan, Provinsi Sumatera Utara, status akreditasi pratama. Kedelapan, Universitas Islam Negeri Araniri Banda Aceh, Provinsi Aceh, status akreditasi pratama. Kesembilan, Politeknik Negeri Batam, Provinsi Kepulauan Riau, status akreditasi pratama. Kesepuluh, LPH Al-Walab, Provinsi Jawa Barat, status akreditasi pratama. Kesebelas, LPH Universitas Airlangga, Provinsi Jawa Timur, status akreditasi pratama. Ke-12, BPSMB Surakarta, Provinsi Jawa Tengah, status akreditasi pratama. Ke-13, LPH Nuhak, Provinsi DKI Jakarta, status akreditasi pratama. Dan ke-14, LPH Universitas Gadjah Mada, Provinsi Daerah Istimewa Yogyakarta, status akreditasi pratama. Untuk perwakilan masing-masing LPH yang sudah kami sebutkan, mohon dapat hadir di podium untuk menandatangani fakta integritas dan surat perjanjian pelaksanaan tugas. Terima kasih. Ya, perwakilannya udah. Ya.
Sertifikatnya sekarang juga.
Iya, nanti setelah ya.
Diangkat sekarang.
Setelah tanda tangan mereka nggak turun. Tetap langsung
Berarti standby di atas saja.
Tapi udah berurutan.
Udah berurutan.
Kami mohon dengan hormat Bapak Kepala Badan dan Bapak Kepala Pusat untuk dapat menyaksikan penandatanganan fakta integritas dan surat perjanjian pelaksanaan tugas bagi ke-14 LPH yang hadir pada hari ini. Baik, terima kasih Bapak Ibu sudah menandatangani. Mohon tidak langsung turun ke bawah karena kita akan langsung menyerahkan sertifikat akreditasi dan surat rekomendasi dari 14 LPH yang sudah terakreditasi. Yang pertama adalah LPH Kajian Halalan Thoyiban Muhammadiyah. Silahkan maju Ibu ke depan. Ya, LPH KHT Muhammadiyah sudah terakreditasi sebagai LPH Pratama dengan lingkup pemeriksaan di wilayah nasional dan internasional. Yang kedua, LPH Politeknik Negeri Sriwijaya Palembang. Yang kedua, LPH Politeknik Negeri Sriwijaya Palembang dengan status akreditasi Pratama. Oke. Yang ketiga, LPH Bakti Mandiri Syariah. Beri tepuk tangan Bapak dan Ibu. Yang keempat, LPH BSPJI Jakarta. Yang kelima, BBSPJI Kimia, Farmasi, dan Kemasan Pekayon. Keenam, BSPJI Padang. Ketujuh, BSPJI Medan. Kedelapan, Universitas Islam Negeri Araniri Banda Aceh. Sembilan, Politeknik Negeri Batam. 10 LPH Al-Walab. 11 LPH Universitas Airlangga. 12 LPH BPSMB Surakarta. 13 LPH Nuhak. 14 LPH Universitas Gajah Mada. 'Baik, Bapak dan Ibu dapat berfoto bersama terlebih dahulu. Sekali lagi kami ucapkan selamat atas terakreditasinya LPH Bapak Ibu yang Bapak Ibu pimpin. Selamat melaksanakan tugas. Terima kasih.
Nah, itu kan kita punya translator, diumumin kalau mau ambil. Itu ya.
Nanti yang dari yang ini kan langsung naik orangnya ya, jangan nunggu itu.
Ladies and gentlemen, we would like to announce that we have provided the simultaneous translator that we provide at the right wing in this area event. If you like to have the translator, please come to the right wing over here. Thank you. Dan selanjutnya, penandatanganan Mutual Recognition Agreement antara BPJPH dengan Lembaga Halal Luar Negeri yang telah melakukan assessment. Next, the signing of MRA between BPJPH with foreign halal certification bodies that has passed the assessment.
Nanti pelan-pelan disebutinnya ya, yang pas udah naik. Udah.
KMF, Korea Muslim Federation, Islamic Food and Nutrition Council of America, Taiwan, Halal Integrity Development Association, Korean Halal Authority, Halal Conformity Services, New Zealand Islamic Development Trust Limited, Halal Certification Center of Chile, the Central Islamic Council of Thailand, the Federation of Islamic Association of New Zealand, Global Australian Halal Certification, National Halal Accreditation Services Australia Pty Ltd, American Halal Foundation.
For the first row, we would like to ask for CBs number 1 up to number 12. Number 1, Korea Muslim Federation. Number 2, Islamic Food and Nutrition Council of America. Number 3, Taiwan Halal Integrity Development Association. Number 4, Korean Halal Authority. Number 5, Halal Conformity Services. Number 6, New Zealand Islamic Development Trust. Number 7, Halal Certification Center of Chile. Number 8, the Central Islamic Council of Thailand. For ladies and gentlemen, would you please, I ask number 1 up to number 12. Would you please, everyone, we will ask you to come number 1 up to number 12. Number 1 up to number 12 is 1, I repeat, for the one who still not mentioned yet, would you please not up to the stage? Everyone, would you please? 1, Korea Muslim Federation. Number 2, Islamic Food and Nutrition Council of America. Number 3, Taiwan Halal Integrity Development Association. Number 4, Korean Halal Authority. Number 5, Halal Conformity. Number 6, NZIDT. Number 7, Chile Halal. Number 8, the Central Islamic Council of Thailand. 9, the Federation of Islamic Association. 10, Global Australian Halal. 11, National Halal Accreditation. And 12, American Halal Foundation. And that's all the 12 first of CB. The first 12 CB. Untuk diperhatikan kepada teman-teman yang di atas, mohon untuk dipersilahkan turun dulu semuanya. Kita akan ulangi lagi penandatanganannya. Silakan dipersilahkan turun dulu karena kita akan panggil lagi satu persatu. 12 untuk Mbak Abida, Mas Izzat, tolong dipersilahkan turun dulu semuanya. Kita akan ulang lagi. Oke, kita akan ulang lagi penandatangannya. Kita hanya akan memanggil 12 yang pertama. Would you please everyone, we would like to resign again. Kita akan ulang untuk pemanggilannya. Silakan turun dulu semuanya, everyone. Mohon semuanya bisa turun dulu ke tempat duduk masing-masing. So everybody, would you please, everyone, please. And would you please stand based on the number that I mentioned. For all of the CB, please. All right, thank you. Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am. Everyone, would you please go down the stage first? Go down the stage first, Ibu. Would you please everyone, Abida, Mbak Abida tolong diturunkan dulu semuanya. Oke. I'm so sorry. At the first time, we would like to mention all of the CBs and then we will try to call the first 12 CB, but everyone seems very curious to have the sign. All right. Ibu Fitri, silahkan untuk dipersilahkan turun terlebih dahulu. Kita akan ulangi lagi pemanggilannya untuk 1 sampai 12. Setiap meja akan ada 3. 1 sampai 12, setiap meja akan ada 3. Mohon dibantu teman-teman. 1 sampai 12. 1 sampai 12. Tolong ditata ulang. So everyone, would you please try? Okay. We will have another session to put your stamp. So everyone, please. Okay, semuanya dipersilakan untuk turun dulu, and then we will have the stamp session later. So for the first time, it's only for the signing. Tolong dibantu untuk nomor 1 sampai 12. Dipastikan nomor 1 sampai 12. Meja pertama 1, 2, dan 3. Meja kedua 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 12. Would you please, sir and ma'am, would you please still? Okay. From the Korea, would you please try to, okay, we will again. We will have the photo session together. Would you please, everyone? We will have another photo session, not now. Would you please go down to the from the stage, and then we will have the photo session together. I am so sorry. All right, thank you. So, would you please come to the stage? Number 1, Korea Muslim Federation. Number 1, Korean Muslim Federation. Number 2, Islamic Food and Nutrition Council of America. Number 3, Taiwan Halal Integrity Development Association. Number 4, Korean Halal Authority. Everyone, would you please sit down, please? We will have another session for photo. So would you please, we only allow one of the representatives from ITCB to come to the stage. We only allow one of the representatives from the certification bodies who will get a sign. So everyone, to make it clear, I would like again to us, because we will have the photo session with Bapak Muhammad Akil Irham. So would you please, only for the representative, one of the representative of the Halal certification body who will get in the stage. Korean Muslim Federation. Korean Muslim Federation. Number 1. Okay, good. Thank you. Next, Islamic Food and Nutrition Council of America. Number 2. Okay, good. Thank you. Next, Taiwan Halal Integrity Development Association. Next, number 4, Korean Halal Authority. Korean Halal Authority. Korean Halal Authority. Number 4, ma'am, number 4. To the next table. To the second table, to the second table. To the second table. Then, Halal Conformity Services. Halal Conformity Services. To the second table. Then, New Zealand Islamic Development Trust, NZIDT. Okay, next, to the third table, Halal Certification Center of Chile. Halal Certification Center of Chile, or Chile Halal. Chile Halal. To the third table. Yeah, to the third table. And then the Central Islamic Council of Thailand, number 8. Thailand, number 8. Ibu Rini, Thailand. Okay, Thailand number 8. Then number 9, the Federation of Islamic Association of New Zealand, FIANZ. FIANZ number 9. FIANZ, the Federation of Islamic Association of New Zealand, FIANZ. Ibu Rini, FIANZ number 9. And then number 10, Global Australian Halal Certification. Jadi ada 12 ya, ada 12. Bareng-bareng harusnya. Oke. Saya ulang. Number 10, Global Australian Halal Certification. Number 11, National Halal Accreditation Services Australia. Okay, thank you, sir. And then number 12, American Halal Foundation. American Halal Foundation, number 12. American Halal Foundation. Number 12. Would you please, everyone, if you still have no sign, would you please hold down? We will do the sign together. Ibu Rini with 12 bareng-bareng. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, this is the first 12 CB. We'll get a sign. And I would like to inform that we only have one of the representative who will get in the stage. And later we'll have the photo session, not now. Untuk panitia yang membantu di depan, dimohon untuk tidak membelakangi audiens. Kita membantu dari belakang, tidak membelakangi audiens. Terima kasih. Alright. Hold on, and then we will have the photo session together with Bapak Muhammad Akil Irham. Alright, okay, thank you. Ibu Rini, apakah sudah selesai semua penandatanganannya? Oke, kita tunggu dulu, hold on. We will finish all the first 12. Okay, Ibu Rini, if it finish all of the 12, kami persilakan untuk dibantu panitia. Kita akan berfoto bersama 12 CB dengan Pak Akil Irham. Oke. Oke, kita tunggu dulu foto sessionnya. Wow. We have a lot of spirit today, ladies and gentlemen. All right. Again, I would like to inform you that we have the first 12 CBs for the signing of the MRA. 1. Korea Muslim Federation. 2. Islamic Food and Nutrition Council of America. 3. Taiwan Halal Integrity Development Association. 4. Korean Halal Authority. 5. Halal Conformity Services. 6. New Zealand Islamic Development Trust. 7. Halal Certification Center of Chile. 8. The Central Islamic Council of Thailand. 9. The Federation of Islamic Association of New Zealand. 10. Global Australian Halal Certification. 11. National Halal Accreditation Services Australia. And 12. American Halal Foundation. Okay, and then we go to the photo session. Diharapkan untuk yang di atas panggung hanya yang menjadi perwakilan. Kita akan mempunyai photo session bersama-sama nanti. Because we have 37 halal certification bodies will get assigned, and yeah. Okay, thank you. Okay, for the one who's still not mentioned yet, would you please not come to the stage? Would you please not come to the stage? Ibu Fitri yang di dalam map putih juga ditandatangani ya. And would you please to put all the document on the table because we will taking care every single thing. Okay, just put all of the document on the table. Just put all of the document on the table and we will taking care of the rest. Okay. Alhamdulillah, we already finished the first 12 CB. Alright, thank you, and would you please have seated? Oke, kepada teman-teman silahkan dipersiapkan untuk dokumen nomor 13 sampai 24. Dokumen nomor 13 sampai 24. Okay, thank you. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Would you please clear out the stage and then we will prepare for the second round of the signing. We will prepare for the second round of the signing. All right, thank you. Bu, iya sih, nanti kalau dipanggil. I would like to inform once again that the one who come to the stage only for the representative of the Halal certification bodies. Okay, we are still have preparation on the stage. Okay, Bapak Yogi, Ibu Abida, is it okay? All right. So, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome for the second round for the MRA signing, ISWA Halal Certification Department. Number 4. Okay, thank you. Number 14, Islamic Services of America, ISA. Thank you. Number 15, Halal Transaction Inc., Halal Transaction of Omaha. Number 16, Islamic Food and Nutrition Council of Canada. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome number 17, Halal Montreal Certification Authority. Thank you. Number 18, Islamic Coordinating Council of Victoria. Number 19, Australian Halal Authority and Advisors. Number 20, Pembras Halal Certification. Number 21, Japan Islamic Trust. Japan Islamic Trust. Number 22, Supreme Islamic Council of Halal Meat in Australia. Number 23, Australian Halal Development and Accreditation. And number 24, Global Halal Trade Center. Yeah. Okay, and please welcome Mr. Richard Lebars from the Charity Affaires, Deputy Ambassador of Canada. once again for the second round of the signing. MRA, Iswa Halal Certification Department, Islamic Services of America, Halal Transaction Inc. or Halal Transaction of Omaha, Islamic Food and Nutrition Council of Canada, Halal Montreal Certification Authority, Islamic Coordinating Council of Victoria, Australian Halal Authority and Advisors, Pembras Halal Certification, Japan Islamic Trust, Supreme Islamic Council of Halal Meat in Australia, Australian Halal Development and Accreditation, and Global Halal Trade Center. Okay, congratulations for all of the halal certification bodies. Pembras Halal Certification, Japan Islamic Trust. Supreme Islamic Council of Halal Meat in Australia. go to the Global Halal Trade Center. Ladies and gentlemen, Bapak Muhammad Akil Ilham, the head of BPJPH Indonesia. Bapak, would you please have a session photo with all of the CBs for the second round? Ibu Rini, sesi foto bersama dengan semuanya. Oke, terima kasih. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Come on, give your big applause for all of the CBs already got the sign. Oke, dan kita akan persiapan untuk yang berikutnya. Oke, kita lanjut ke persiapan. Mohon panitia, silakan dipersiapkan untuk nomor 25 sampai 37. 25, 26, 27. Di meja pertama 28, 29 dan 30. Di meja kedua 31, 32 dan 33. Di meja ketiga dan 34, 36 dan 37 di meja terakhir. Mas Yogi, tidak ada nomor 35 ya, 34 sampai 37. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome for the third round of signing for the MRA between BPJPH and the Halal certification bodies. Number 25, National Halal Authority. Thank you. Number 26, Sansi Sang Pin Yuan Halal Food and Restaurant Management. Number 27, Islamic Food Research Center. Thank you. Number 28, Shandong Halal Certification Service. Number 29, Al-Baqarah Certification. Al-Baqarah. Okay, thank you. Number 30, Halal. Number 33, Jamiat Ulama Hindi, Halal Trust. Number 34, International Halal Certification. Number 36, Japan Muslim Association. And the last, number 37, South African National Halal Authority. For the third round of the signing, National Halal Authority, Sansi Shanping Yuan Halal Food and Restaurant Management, Islamic Food Research Center, Shandong Halal Certification Service, Al-Baqarah Certification, Halal Certification Services Chongqing, GUHF Certification, Halal India, Jamiat Ulama Al-Hindi Halal Trust, International Halal Certification, Japan Muslim Association, and South Africa National Halal Authority. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, Bapak Muhammad Akil Irham, the head of BPJPH Indonesia. Japan Muslim Association, South Africa National Halal Authority. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Bapak Muhammad Akil Irham, the head of BPJPH Indonesia, with National Halal Authority, Sansi Sanping Yuan Halal Food and Restaurant Management, Islamic Food Research Center Hong Kong, Shandong Halal Certification Service, Al-Baqarah Certification, Halal Certification Services, GUHF Certification, Halal India, Jamiat Al-Ulama Indi Halal Trust, International Halal Certification, Japan Muslim Association, and South Africa National Halal Authority. And the last, please welcome the Australian Halal Development and Accreditation. Australian Halal Development and Accreditation, we invite you. Oh yeah. Okay, Bapak Akil Irham. Yeah. With the Australian Halal Development and Accreditation. Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin. Give a very big applause for 37 halal certification bodies.
Baik, sekali lagi kami ucapkan selamat atas penandatanganan MRA antara BPJPH dengan lembaga halal luar negeri. Congratulations for the signing of MRA between BPJPH with foreign halal certification bodies. Congratulations all participants.
Seminar ya Pak?
Hadirin yang berbahagia, sesaat lagi kita akan memasuki konferensi halal internasional dengan sesi pertama berjudul Realizing a Global Halal Standard. Ladies and gentlemen, up next is our International Halal Conference. Entering the first session is Realizing a Global Halal Standard. Baik, hadirin yang berbahagia, saatnya kita memasuki konferensi halal internasional dengan sesi pertama berjudul Realizing a Global Halal Standard. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for our international halal conference, and entering the first session is Realizing a Global Halal Standard.
Ulangin aja. Jangan terlalu ke belakang. Ya biar bisa pointer. Butuh meja nggak, Pak? Sudah. Beb. Oke, geser.
Baik, sebelum memulai sesi pertama Realizing a Global Halal Standard, kami ingin mengundang Kepala BPJPH Bapak Muhammad Akil Irham untuk memberikan sambutan. For the keynote speech, let's welcome to the stage Mr. Muhammad Akil Irham. Baik, sambil menunggu Bapak Muhammad Akil Irham, kita akan memasuki international seminar di sesi pertama dengan judul Realizing a Global Halal Standard, di mana acara ini akan dimoderatori oleh Bapak Sabta Nirwandar dengan para speaker yang luar biasa tentunya, Mrs. Nur Hariti Jalil, Mrs. Dr. Sirajuddin Suhaimi, Mr. Yu Bin Kim PhD, Glenn Edmonds, Saida Ahmad. Ladies and gentlemen, soon we will entering the international seminar session, the first session, Realizing a Global Halal Standard, with our wonderful speaker, Mrs. Nurhariti Jalil from Dina Standard, Mrs. Dr. Sirajuddin Suhaimi from Jakim, Malaysia, Mr. Yu Bin Kim, PhD from Senior Research Fellow Korea Labor Institute, Glenn Edmonds from Export Department Market Access, and Saida Ahmad from Cambridge University. Baik, sebelum kami memulai International Halal Seminar, kami ingin mengundang Kepala BPJPH Bapak Muhammad Akil Irham untuk memberikan sambutannya for the keynote speech. Let's welcome on the stage Mr. Muhammad Akil Irham. Sorry for the delay, we have some technical difficulties. Please wait a moment. And we also like to announce that after the seminar discussion, there will be Q&A. If you have any question, you can queue to the mic that we have provided in front of the stage. Thank you. Baik, mari kita sambut bersama untuk keynote speech Mr. Muhammad Akil Irham selaku Kepala BPJPH. For the keynote speech, let's welcome to the stage Mr. Muhammad Akil Irham.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Alhamdulillahirrabbilalamin. Wassalatu wassalamu ala asrafil anbiya wal mursalin wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in amma ba'du. Good day and peace be upon you all, ambassadors and foreign halal certification bodies, excellencies, distinguished presenters, delegates and representatives, ladies and gentlemen. Allow me to extend a warm welcome to all of you to the second Halal 20, Halalworld, realizing a global halal standards. This event is both timely and historical on BPJPH 6th birthday. I am especially honored to welcome our guests who come from many parts of the world to join us and share your support with us. Your relentless effort have been very much appreciated. On this occasion, I would like to express our sincere gratitude to halal industry stakeholders as BPJPH strategic partners for your cooperation since the day BPJPH was established. Halal product assurance is a collective responsibility. Therefore, BPJPH appreciates any initiative in promoting the halal ecosystem in Indonesia. Ladies and gentlemen, as you may be aware, halal certification in Indonesia has been transformed and upgraded from what was originally voluntary to mandatory, and from civil society initiative to state authority. BPJPH is tasked with facilitating, encouraging, and contributing to economic recovery by developing halal ecosystem and businesses worth trillions of dollars. On its sixth year, BPJPH has certified 3 billion products, has trained 803 certified halal auditors and 4,000 halal supervisors and 72,000 associate personnel of the self-declared program, and 66 halal inspection agencies. These are achievements that cannot be accomplished without the support and cooperation of all BPJPH partners and the public in general. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, in the global economic recovery efforts, the Sharia economy has been raised as the main agenda in various countries. The Islamic economy and halal industry have also been seen as source of new growth engines, domestically and globally. Gives its significant Muslim population and demographic dependence of 240 million in 2023. Indonesia has the potential to emerge as the world's largest market for halal products. Not only as a market, but Indonesia also has the opportunity to become the world's leading halal producer. The Dunia Standard State of the Global Islamic Economy Report 2022 reveals that Indonesia ranks fourth in the world in Sharia economy indicators and has made significant progress in the halal food sector. Currently, Indonesia accounts for 11% of global halal expenditure, and it is estimated to reach to 28 billion US dollar by 2025. Indonesia is emerging as a key player in the global halal markets to address the increased demand for halal products and services worldwide. Consequently, the halal market is anticipated to experience substantial growth, which owes to the rising demand from Muslim and non-Muslim consumers. The shifting of consumers' behaviors toward halal products has significantly affected the Indonesian economic and positively impact the global Islamic economy. Therefore, various industries, including food and beverage, pharmaceuticals, cosmetics, and consumables, as well as services such as logistics and tourism, are fit to adopt the halal philosophy. In this regard, the Indonesian government, through BPJPH, focus on increasing infrastructure and accelerating the development of national halal industry and ecosystem, as well as developing regulation to ensure compliance with halal standards. Indonesian halal ecosystem is continuously strengthened through BPJPH network and strategic partners throughout Indonesia. Regularly, BPJPH actively engage in meetings, dialogues, workshops, and seminars with ministries and institutions at central and regional level. World Trade Organization, business association, industries, universities, research and advisory firms, Islamic organizations, media, and various stakeholders to genuinely listen to stakeholders' thoughts, concern, and aspiration. The synergy and collaboration between parties is important to pace the 2024 halal mandatory, an opportunity to compete at the global level. In addition, the beauty of halal standards across various countries lies in their diversity, which surprisingly complements the halal ecosystem instead of creating obstacles. Its nascent interpretation and application of halal principles reflects its unique cultural, religious, and even geographical influences. This difference offers a rich tapestry of approaches, catering to diverse Muslim communities worldwide. Embracing this parity fosters a robust global halal market that accommodates various preferences while maintaining the core principle of halal certification. This inclusivity strengthens the halal ecosystem, encouraging collaboration and understanding among different standards rather than hindering its progress. Ladies and gentlemen, in terms of international cooperation, currently, there are 121 halal certifying bodies from 40 countries applying for accreditation and mutual cooperation and acceptance. BPJPH welcomes these initiatives to support the halal obligatory stage start to be imposed on 17 October 2024. The first stage comprises food and beverage products, raw materials, food additives, and auxiliary materials for food and beverage products. Products of the slaughter and slaughtering services. By next year, this product must be halal certified for entering, circulating, and trading in Indonesian territory. BPJPH also organized G2G collaboration efforts with 9 countries, namely Malaysia, Saudi Arabia, Chile, Iran, Argentina, Belarus, Hungary, Turkey, and South Korea, which cover areas such as cooperation in technology, human resource, facilities, and halal infrastructures. This effort will boost halal consumerism and promote the country's halal product globally. Therefore, business actors should jump into this sector and benefit from the international cooperation and government support provided. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, in this special moment, I would like to congratulate 30 and 7 halal certification bodies for signing a mutual recognition agreement with BPJPH. Since BPJPH has to assess the halal status of the product entering Indonesia at every stage and every process, BPJPH requires refutable and credible foreign halal certification bodies as BPJPH representatives to monitor and verify the halal status of materials and products with responsibility and integrity. The recognition is based on the capability of the foreign halal certification bodies that comply with the Indonesian procedures and guidelines. I acknowledge that the process can be stringent and lengthy, and I understand that each of your organizations struggles to overcome challenges. Therefore, the MRA is proof of your hard work, dedication, commitment, and vision, virtues they are highly valued in Islam. The accreditation and recognition will be valid for years, and the HCBs shall be listed on BPJPH website and recognize foreign halal certification bodies. During this period, BPJPH will conduct witness, audit, and surveillance to ensure that the quality of halal assurance is maintained. Complementing the MRA clauses, BPJPH has issued a decree of head of BPJPH number 90/2023 concerning the service procedure of foreign halal certification registration as a guide for the importer or company's official representatives to register foreign halal certificates to BPJPH. The product can then be exported to Indonesia is in accordance with Indonesian import regulation and procedures. BPJPH is committed to provide a reliable full online service via Halal, the Ministry of Religious Affairs Halal Information System. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, it is an important note for all of us to prepare well in order to build greater business and commercial partnership opportunities between Indonesia and other countries. However, a number of inhibitors have slowed down the growth rate of the industry. One of the pressing issues within the halal industry is the lack of a global halal standards. There are many halal standards that exist globally. In the context of slaughtering, the religion of slaughterment and the obligation of recite Islamic prayer are some potential differences in halal standards. The use of genetic material from non-halal source are universally prohibited in most halal standards, as the non-halal genetic material shall make the genetically modified food non-halal as well. The percentage of alcohol in the final product to meet halal requirement vary from country to country. Such diversity and differences in these standards have become a major obstacle to market entry by the industry players and small and medium enterprises to expand their businesses. In this regard, a universal halal standard is crucial as the global halal industry targets the same consumers the Muslim population to meet their faith-based needs in spite of differences in terms of halal standards throughout the world. It is hoped that this will not become a barrier in trade between countries, even to the point that goods are refused to enter at the customs of destination country. Taking into account the differences, its fatwa, school of thoughts, and cultural challenges, Indonesia together with various standards organizations are heading in the same direction to realize global halal standards. Such realization will enable policymakers and Islamic scholars to come forward and work together to develop a standard as a collective voice of the Muslim world and ensuring to safeguard and protect the interests of the Muslim world. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, this morning you will hear presentation on the main facets of global halal standards. Through the lively discussion that are sure to follow, we will undoubtedly learn from one another by exchanging valuable viewpoints. I hope you all find an enjoyable and rewarding experience. Thank you very much. Wallahul muwaffiq ila aqwamit thoriq. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Baik, terima kasih kepada Bapak Akil Irham untuk kata sambutannya. Dan untuk memandu sesi internasional seminar ini, kami ingin mengundang Bapak Sabta Nirwandar selaku moderator ke atas panggung. For the international seminar, I give the lead to our moderator, Mr. Sabta Nirwandar.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. I think before starting, I would like to invite this eminent speakers from the list. Bu Nur Hariti Galil, please come forward. From Dunia Standard. Where are you? Okay, Bu Nur Hariti. And second, my friend from Malaysia, Pak Datu Sirajuddin from Jakim, please. And Mr. Yu Bin Kim, PhD, from Senior Research Fellow Korea Labor Institute, please. Yeah, yeah. Mr. Edmund Glens, Export Department Market Access, DAF, Australia. Yeah, you want to write on left side, same value, any panel on you. Yes, you touch the right side, okay. And last but not least, this is coming from far away, Ibu, or we call Madam Saida Ahmad, Cambridge University, UK. Please have a seat. I think before starting, I would like to recognize and please the audience give a round of applause for BPJPH who organized perfectly this morning of this ceremony and also the conference. Please. And that really impressed me this morning because there is 37 signing MOU or signing contract or signing the official document from BPJPH to almost around the world because it's representing certain country. This also Pak Chaudhry, this is my friend from long time. Also there is Asad there from Pakistan. There's also Mr. Ahmad from Korea, Ahmad Ho Chi Minh. Recognizing and also how important the halal industry, not only for Indonesia, but halal has become important for the world. Not only because economic related, but also the increasing of awareness of Muslim over the world. I think for starting this one, Gunur, since you are from Dinar Standard, you can brief us what's the development actually and how important halal, and of course related with the halal, you have also to give line the halal standard is this topic since long time, especially for MRA. It's not easy, but you have to what we call mutual recognition agreement. That I think the last part. But he brief us about the new development of halal industry, especially for Indonesia and also another country. Please, Bu. You have normally you have 20 minutes for each speaker. Due to we are running out of the time, maybe allow me to give you 15 minutes, and then after we have Q&A. Yes, please. If you want to use also the video, etc., please do it. Then the organizer will help you.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon. I have to say good afternoon. It's already 11:21 here in Indonesia. Thank you very much for allowing Dinas to come under the invitation of our pengarah, BPJPH. I'm representing the Managing Director of Dunia Standard, Mr. Rafiuddin Shiko, who's not able to be here today, but he sends his regards to everybody. Right, thank you, Pak Satta. We have our slides. I need to stand here in order to see the slides. I'm a partner of Dunia Standard. I've also met Pak Satta on other platforms. As mentioned by Pak Moderator just now, we are going to talk a bit more about how the harmonization or even the standards in terms of its integrity will help to move or enable the global trade. I think that's most important, not just for Indonesia, but for the rest of the world. Just a bit of intro, next slide please, on Dunia Standard. And not sorry. Hello? Okay. For those who have yet to interact with the Dunia Standard, we are a strategic advisory and consulting firm for the Islamic economy. So it's not just about halal, but also financial institutions like fintech. And these are some of the work that's been done around the world since the establishment of Dunia Standard. There are a lot of experts. Next slide, please. Or type of work that we're doing, in terms of the type of projects that Dunia Standard does. But one of the most important one that we have been announcing on an annual basis, which in fact the new report is ready to be announced soon, is the State Global Economic Report that everybody refers to in terms of the halal sector. And we have our own portal, Salam Gateway, that make those announcements in terms of what's happening, whether it's ecosystem development or even investments around the world. So you should log yourself into this portal to see what's happening around the world. And if you do have any contribution, do contact them to even, especially the CBs who are looking for players in the industry. But what I want to focus a bit more, sorry, give me that one. It's actually on the most left, which is a dashboard, that Dinar Standard has been able to produce over the last few years to indicate the different economies in terms of their contribution towards the movement of products, halal products, globally. So this is where, to a certain extent, they have been able to advise government on what to do, how to do it, where to do it, what type of products to be produced or to be made halalable, and who you should be dealing with globally. Yeah, that's the one, the dashboard that they are producing, which I'm not going to go through here, but when the report comes out, do have a look at it. Next slide, thanks. Sorry for my big face there. No. The next slide. These are some of the experts or consultants that we have around the world that we have access to. They are not in one place. They are all around the world because they are assessing information on different parts of the world and working with some of the governments and industry around the world in order to either influence or even to help them to strategize their halal activities or initiatives globally. Yeah? So I'm in Malaysia. If you look at my addresses in Dubai and New York, New York is their HQ, but Dubai is also a place where most of the consultants are based because we are advising the OIC countries strongly. Next one. What am I going to cover? What are the goals? Next slide. Next one, please. So let's look at, in terms of the discussion that we're going to have even yesterday or even today or even after this, yeah, is about the halal regulatory or halal regulation and what should be the goals of a halal regulator. So one is when we observe our observation globally, there is a need to enable high quality halal integrity, yeah, that's compliant across the halal trade value chain, whether internally and across the international trade. Now, there are efforts done by many agencies, not Indonesia including, to integrate the halal ecosystem. Why? Because we want to make sure that the halal supply chain, in terms of the integrity, is intact. That's why you are signing the MRA. It's a commitment for you to make sure domestically that your halal supply chain, in terms of integrity, is intact. Yeah? So it's not just at the surface, but there's a lot of work that needs to be done by these agencies when they go back to their countries in order to facilitate this, yeah? And secondly, to support the national trade. This is very important, especially when halal is very embedded, like Indonesia, as mandatory by the government, and also investment globally, yeah? Because there are a lot of work that's been done by the country, outside the country, in order to bring back the products into the country and send it out back to the rest of the country. So there's a lot of need. The goals of what a regulator is trying to do is to facilitate this, whether it's both import and export, and here, especially in the OIC countries. Why do I say that? Next slide. Oh, sorry, internationally also, there's also this addressing these concerns about process being seen as non-tariff barrier. I think this is a very silent type of barrier that's been seen by, countries' protocols when we start to trade. So there's also something that, because you see there's a lot of different adaptation of practices and standards, so they feel that each country is trying to put up a tariff barrier because of that. Okay, next one. So basically, in terms of Indonesia, could you go to the next slide, please? Let me give you a view before I go into Indonesia in terms of the OIC markets, because that's the strength of Dinar Standard, is to look into the OIC markets. There are the large import of halal products, by the OIC country, which has been said even yesterday, even this morning, yeah, is about 279 billion imports. That is in 2020. The 2022 numbers will be coming in soon. And when you look at the area where the gap is actually is in food, 72% in food. Doesn't work, sorry. That's why I'm asking for I'm asking for the help. Yeah, the pointer doesn't work, so maybe I don't know how to use it. This is the slide changer. Where's the... So can we go back to the slide after this? Because I have 20 minutes, so I want to make sure that my time is all right. Okay. Sorry, there's one more slide before this slide. Can you go up 2 slides? All right. This slide. Yeah. This is quite interesting because it's yet to cover Indonesia. But what we're seeing here, OIC member countries have selected strong food and agri-export clusters that can be leveraged for win-to-win in terms of halal trade proposition. Why? Because there is that big gap in terms of food security around the world, especially in the Muslim countries. So the 9 prioritized OIC food clusters have total about 158 billion current export value. That was in 2020. And there are about 30 OIC members who have food cluster as a hub or node of at least one of these clusters. Sorry, not just food, any of these clusters. So depending which country you are in, it's either the clusters that being observed by Dunia standards as being prominent is wheat and methylene, meat and edible meat offal, sugars and sugar confectionery, cereal, rice especially, dairy produce, fruits, vegetables and nuts, fish, and cereals or maize or corn, in the areas of maize or corn. So these are the one being seen as movement of products that are quite prominent in terms of the food sector. And those countries that you are, working as regulators in, or even promoting to certify, should look into the strength of your country, respectively, to see whether you can contribute towards this gap. Yeah, there are about 158 billion US in terms of the gap for export value. So we just take one cluster as an example, which is animal or vegetable fats. And if you look at the bubbles, that represents the value of those, the requirements. And if you look at the bubbles, the biggest one is actually the red one, which is the food cluster. If you have question on this, you can ask me later. Next one, please. Now let's look where Indonesia is being placed in terms of all this trade, yeah? Next. When we look at the Indonesia halal export, this is in this is in the report that's coming in. We can see that, Indonesia as a country contributes number 10th in terms of halal products and lifestyle exports, worthing about 8.5 billion, which is about 3% of the total largest among total of OIC country, being second, the largest. So you can see that there are a lot of resources, a lot of competency, a lot of efforts that's being done by the government itself that's fruiting. Yeah, it's helping the country to move its numbers globally in terms of halal products and services. You can see that the rest of the other countries are mainly non-Muslim countries, China, India, US, Brazil. I think they're quite prominent in terms of moving the halal products towards the rest of the world. The next one, please. So when we look at the core of competencies that Indonesia will be leveraging, and I think it's being mentioned also with regards to the halal report that's been developed for Indonesia, the core competencies of Indonesia, I'm so sorry. Indonesia, they have the largest halal consumer market in terms of in the world, which is about 11.34% of global halal economy spend. And there are a lot of requests, I think, coming from where we see CB signing with BPJPH about wanting to look into assessing the Indonesian markets. But what the challenge would be that 3% of the halal products export to IC is still 9th largest in 2022 instead of 10th, and it's 3%. Yeah, so they're improving from in terms of number 10 to number 9 in 2022. So I can see that the net 22 numbers is being shared here by Dunia Standard. In terms of the other competency that Indonesia has, they have domestic champions which have potential champions to become global players. And these are some of the brands that's been put forward, that's been seen contributing largely towards the halal export for Indonesia. Indofood, Temposcan, Kalbi, Garuda Food, Mayora, and Kimia Pharma. These are some of the 6 names that we are highlighting. However, when we look at it, what's the challenge now is to make them global champions. Yeah, they've got to be seen prominent globally. Yeah, because right now there's no global champion, even in 2021 Forbes Global. And we look at some of this, we can see that Saudi and UAE is leading some of the ranking with regards to how the economy plays globally. So let's do the best for the country and push the local champion to become international champions. Thirdly, with regards to leading Islamic finance player, in terms of the community that the country has, 2.9 billion fintech market size, and the largest sovereign sukuk issuer right now is with the country as well. However, what needs to be done is that in terms of Islamic finance convergence, there still need to be worked on.
Bonor, you have 3 minutes.
3 minutes? Oh my God.
And then before that, I would like to just ask you, Indonesia is a big country, right? Well, how can they have only just 6 big players here?
Let me try to answer that question. I think Malaysia also has that problem before. I think this is something that I also discussed earlier within the place, that you need to really look into the statistics of the export and import, aligning the ITC codes, the trade codes with international codes for halal. So you really need to work with the statistics department and get them to really pin down those numbers, align it, then it will show globally. Because numbers coming from part of Dunia Standard is coming from ITC. Okay, next one. I have only got 3 minutes. So at the end of the day, this is a conclusion for Indonesia market. When you look at how much can be added in terms of GDP, it's about 5.1 billion US. And it comprises of this. In terms of halal trade investment opportunity, you've got OIC export opportunity of 1.9 billion, together with 1.6 billion for non-OIC countries that will contribute almost about forecast 3.6 billion export opportunity in terms of impact, with 1 billion import substitution opportunity in terms of the impact, 0.5 billion FDI opportunity, and that totals up to about 5.1 billion in terms of how you can increase the GDP for Indonesia. Okay, next one. Okay, these are some of the sectors I think the government is quite, they know about this. I'm sure they're working on it very hard, and I can see some of the announcements being made are actually relevant to this, in terms of what they can do and who are their top importing markets that they should access to in terms of Indonesian product for food, fashion, pharma, and cosmetics. Okay, lastly. So in terms of the last 2 slides, next one. Next one. What we can somehow conclude, halal standards in terms of mutual recognition agreement should be prioritized for targeted halal export markets. So these are some of the examples that we're looking at for food, for pharma, and cosmetics. And where those markets are. So what you need to do is actually to make sure that some of the standards that you're having when you're doing the mutual recognition is to also address some of the requirements of some of those markets. If you look at MNC, this is what they do. The likes of Nestle, that's what they do. They align at the company level in terms of Nestle, and they go into the different markets in order to push their products, whether it's halal or otherwise, into those markets, because they've already aligned it at the global level. or even at regional level. That's how they work. So I think this is something that we also need to learn from some of those companies. There are MNCs large enough to work on this alignment. So for MRA, we should also address this inside their MRAs. So identify priority target markets with strong Indonesian halal product category fit and existing demand, and facilitate halal mutual recognition agreements and drive coordinated trade developments. It's got to align back to trade. Yeah, we want the money to come back to Indonesia and also going out to the rest of the world. Next one. So finally, the final slide. For us, we are proposing this, yeah, for regulators to truly support trade development, a targeted strategy in coordinating with trade development agencies that we should be pursuing, yeah, whether at the government level, even at industry level. Regulators support and facilitate mutual recognition points with partner markets. Who you want to partner with? Turkey, Pakistan, Malaysia, yeah, and harmonize standards such as working closely with SMIC. I think I heard those announcements also coming from the regulators for the last 24 hours. Enabling trade and investment by looking at product category, especially in target markets. And this is the work the Dunia standard has done for some of the OIC countries that requires this support. And work with trade investment agencies that will coordinate the process by aligning their policies and so your policies to make this happen. So that is my conclusion from Dunia standard in terms of our observation globally and also for Indonesia. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Madam Nurati. Again, give a round of applause for her. You can see and you can recognize that's according to Dunia standard, Indonesia is a lot of potential, a lot of chance you have to export or import to Indonesia. You can see the statistic is a very high demand for the halal industry, especially food, cosmetic, pharmaceutical, and other things. Since you have signing the mutual agreement with Indonesia, this is a passport to import and export from Indonesia. Then from that, I would like to invite my friend, Dr. Sirajuddin, to come up to the stage. You want to sit down or you want to stand up, please, Pak Sirajuddin? Yes. And you have also, for you, 15 minutes, same things. And then, Dunia standard has every year the SGA report and will recognize how important industry halal internationally. Yeah, Bu? Yes. Please, time is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Alhamdulillahi rabbil alamin wa bihi nasta'in. Wassalatu wassalamu ala asyrafil anbiya'i wal mursalin wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in. Thank you so much, Mr. Moderator, for calling me upon to the stage. Thank you, first of all, to Pak Muhammad Akil to organize with his team for this Halal H20 2023. A big applause to the BPJPH. Distinguished guests, panels of for today's forum, the first international forum, and ladies and gentlemen, let me share a bit, just to share, about the current situation, maybe the background. Maybe I can have I'll try where's the remote, if you have it.
Committee, the remote,
yeah.
You just give back again here. Panitia,
we try to use the remote without...
Panitia, tolong alatnya tadi dibalikin ke sini.
Jika bisa. Cannot be used. Okay, next slide, please. This just for those who are not recognized, who is JAKIM? As one of the government agencies in Malaysia, under the Prime Minister Department, we are responsible on Islamic affairs in Malaysia, including halal certification and all related to halal. We started at 1969. The world was established in 1997. Next slide. And about the history of halal certification in Malaysia, We started in 1974. Even the latest findings started in 1969, where the first halal conformity document by state of Selangor. And till date, what we have today, we already have numbers of certification that I will talk about afterwards. Next slide, please. This not need to be so long. Okay, the existing halal standard till date, meaning that till 2023, there is 15 halal standard in Malaysia, which is by Malaysia Halal Standard. We started with the halal food till what we have today regarding about the halal profession general requirements. We cover, alhamdulillah, till date, the cosmetic, the logistic on transportation, warehousing, retailing, halal profession, pharmaceutical, halal medical device, and a lot. This is what already in place in Malaysia. And what we use not only to certify all the products, but also we use as a base. If there is the foreign halal certification bodies want to be recognized, need to have the equally, not to follow, but equal to Malaysian halal standard. Next slide, please. From all those 15 standards, we come with 8 or 9 scheme of certification, including food and beverages, pharmaceutical product, medicine, medical device, cosmetic, transportation, warehousing, and so on, which is to complete the halal supply chain from fork to the table to all the consumers, all Muslim, inshallah. Next slide. There is numbers of standards in Malaysia still under development, which is either the revision or the new standard, including halal meat and poultry production, to replace our halal meat protocol, and then the detection of porcine DNA becoming to be another standard, halal consumer goods, and also Sabtu, which is the ritual cleansing, we will put in place as a standard. Next slide. This is just an example. Don't agree with me if your logo is not there. But there is an example of halal standard that we have all over the world, including BPJPH, Brunei, what else? Sekot, together with us today, Singapore, and Japan. This is just an example. Next slide, please. What's the International Halal Standard and Harmonization Initiative? We have talked about this long time ago. I still remember when we talk about halal standard, internationally or globally ask us, why don't we have one standard can be used for all? It's not easy to convince everybody to have the same halal standard. There's numbers of initiatives. We have discussed this in the IMTGT, Indonesia, Malaysia, Thailand, Growth Triangle. We talk in ASEAN platform, which is in AWGHF, ASEAN Working Group on Halal Food. We discuss in the Gulf Standard, and last but not least, is ongoing till date, where we discuss and develop numbers of standards together with SMIC, which is Standard Metrology Institute for Islamic Countries. So in the next slide, where we show this is numbers of initiatives have been done from GSO, Indonesia itself. Thank you so much. We have the Halal Assurance System. In SMIC, which including Egypt, Iran, Iraq, Saudi Arabia, Turkey, Pakistan, Nigeria, Bangladesh, there is numbers of 66 members in SMIC, where we together develop the SMIC Halal Standard. And in Malaysia, just now I talk about it. Next slide, please. Till date, we work together with all the Islamic countries. We already developed 21 halal standard under SMIC, which cover from the halal food till I can see most of the standards. We join together Malaysia and other countries. We lead the technical committee. We have the halal cosmetic, halal tourism, the logistic cover the transportation, warehousing, retailing, And next slide, we talk about the halal edible gelatin. We have the standard on conformity assessment. Even that, we already have it in place as a standard, including halal product, usage of animal bone, skin, and hair. There are some products that we use those ingredients from bones or from skin and so on. Halal pharmaceutical, hygiene, and so on. You can access it through SMIC portal, but I think you need to buy it because there is a cost of developing all the standards. And there is numbers of standards still ongoing under the technical committee of SMIC. I can say today I will invite our brothers team from BPJPH Kemenag to join the team of SMIC standard next year started, inshallah. So then we can have a very good combination with all the authorities worldwide. We can use it, so no more question why we don't have the global halal standard. We just use it. I can say that more 99% of the standards is equally the same, unless there's maybe 1%, 2% difference between all the standards. Next slide. What's the challenge? At the next slide, the international halal certification, what we have today, between all the halal certification bodies in front of me, in the floor. One of the different, maybe the school of thought. In Islam, we have the main 4 school of thought. That's a small difference between all. How we can accept the others, how we can combine as a Muslim in the diversity. Inshallah, we can do it. The cultural barrier, maybe. In our country, we can eat all the seafood easily, but maybe our brothers and sisters from the other part of the world, they mention, oh, we don't eat prawn, we don't eat crab, and so on. That's the difference, the cultural barrier related to the school of thought. The assessment may be different assessment from BPJPH compared to JAKIM, maybe different point, angle of view, and the commitment, how the seriousness of the halal certification bodies, and so on about the talent just now. And I have been taught that our sister Saida will talk a lot about talent and manpower. How we want to develop the talent to support the halal industry, to support the halal certification bodies all over the world. Next slide. Next slide, please. And this is the numbers of challenges between all the certification, standards, and so on to prepare, to implement, and to support. 3 major things. How you prepare it, how you prepare your products, how you prepare your certification process, how you implement it, the audits, how you implement to produce the product, and then to support it back. They need to be there together so that, inshallah, the system will be complete and there's no more big question in the implementation. Next slide. In Malaysia, for example, for JAKIM, till date, we have 48 countries that have been recognized by us from various. I can say that majority of them is here in the floor. From 78 halal certification bodies, plus 8 authorities all over the world, including BPJPH and SFDA and so on. Looking forward to have more, inshallah, but you need to go all the process to confirm that it fulfill the requirement of Malaysia, inshallah. Okay, if I say just now about what's our preparation to move forward, even, next slide please. Even we have all the talent, we have all the experts today, we are getting older. We are not there forever. Maybe after a few years, we'll change for the young generation. That's why annually in Malaysia, we have the Global Halal Summit, We have the Halal Certification Bodies Convention to call upon all the CBs to come in the same medium. We share their experience. We are trying our best to develop the International Halal Technical Capacity Development Program, IHT-CDP. That's why we have the training. We have numbers of modules. Inshallah, by next year, we will implement it back. We do it as what we have done previously before PKP or before COVID. And I received a message from one of our good friends regarding about the IHAB, International Halal Authority Board. We try our best to make it happen by next year, inshallah. To come upon together, not to compete, not to be a champion, no, but we are together as a Muslim brothers and sisters, inshallah. Not take a lot of time. Last slide. Thank you for your kind attention. Maybe we have further discussion afterwards. Thank you so much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Pak Dr. Sirajuddin. You have saved time and really interesting point of views according to long experience in halal global, especially also halal in Malaysia. Okay, now we invite from Korea, Yubun Kim. You will explain about the manpower and related with the standard of halal, and also you can also share the experience of Korea with halal. Thank you. Please, time is yours. You have also maximum 15 minutes. If it can be less, is better. Please do.
All right, first of all, thank you so much for having me here. My name is Yubin Kim, and I'm a Senior Research Fellow at Korea Labor Institute. It's my great pleasure and a big honor to have a talk here today in front of the delegates from all over the world. And Bapak dan Ibu yang saya hormati. And I also should thank BPJPH and also Kepala Mr. Akil for inviting me to this great venue. I also thank Mr. Sabtu for organizing this session. So the topic I would like to address here today is strategies for human resource management for establishing global halal standard. So at this point, you might wonder why this Korean labor guy is here. And I must say that I'm non-Muslim, humble non-Muslim, but with full respect on Islamic society. But you might be wondering, what is something to do with the manpower and global halal standard? So I will go deep into the more details, but I will say Korea is not really a leader in halal group yet. Maybe the delegate from the Korea may hate to hear that. But it's the nature that there's not really many Koreans, Muslims in Korea, right? So I would say the Korea is still in the early stage in the halal system, which means that before discussing about the mainstream issues of the global halal standard, like slaughtering issues or proportion of the alcohol, there's a very basic thing we have to deal with, yet very important and fundamental. That is the manpower. That's about how to appoint a qualified halal expert in Korea and put them in the right place. And that's very related to the halal ecosystem and also very related to the global halal standard. So the outline of the talk is as follows. First, I will explain the socio-economic status that Korea is facing, and then elaborate on why Korea has to turn its gaze to the global market, especially to the global halal market. And then lastly, I point out the current challenges in establishing a halal system in Korea and discuss potential measures to overcome this situation. Then I will wrap up my presentation. So first, let me explain why South Korea is eager for opportunities abroad and why there is a rising interest in global halal market. So South Korea is in rapid decline in population due to low birth rates, coupled with a significant aging trend, which simply means that Korean population is shrinking dramatically and full with old people. So of course, no offense to the honorable elders here, but what I mean is that there is a sharper reduction in young and vital working population in Korea. So you see the graph here. The population of South Korea reached its peaks in 2020, then keep decreasing and falling below 50 million in the year of 2040, and continuing to decline. So there is a renowned professor at the University of California, Professor Joan Williams. She's saying that, surprised by saying that Korea is screwed up, it's ruining. That's what she said. To compare how serious is the situation, the total fertility rate in Indonesia is 2.19. Compared to the total fertility rate in OECD, it's 1.58. And what about South Korea? As of 2022, South Korea's total fertility rate is 0.78, less than 1, and it's going down to 0.5. So making it the lowest level in the world. So you see how South Korea is screwed up right now. And what is more crucial is the rapid aging trend, as I told you. South Korea is predicted to be super aged society, which means that the proportion of the elders aged 65 and over surpasses 20% of the total population. So that makes Korea as the oldest country in the world. So that means that the demographic shift is causing a big concern for sustainable economic growth in Korea. So South Korea can no longer expect the high economic growth that we experienced in the past. And all of this make it to challenge to sustain the national economy solely through the domestic consumption. That's why we have to turn our eyes on the international market, especially the Halal market. So among the various areas and the items in the global trade, what has gained the most significant attention in Korea is undoubtedly the Halal market. You may know that although the proportion of the Muslim in Korea is not really high, there's only Muslim population around only 60,000, taking only 0.1% of the total population. However, the majority of Koreans recognize the halal product. That's really important in the global market these days. So why is that? What's interesting is that beyond its religious consideration, halal is gaining popularity among Koreans. Of course, most of them are non-Muslims, but they consider the halal product as healthy and a safe product choice, safe food choice. That's just spreading in Korea. So I say halal should be duly respected for its religious significance. Of course, we all respect that in Korea too. However, as Islam is not the dominant proportion in Korea, and also some countries too, the collaboration beyond the religious boundary is really required for halal to become like the global trend, global culture, and the business opportunity. So from now, I'll discuss about the challenges faced in establishing the halal system in Korea. So what you see here is the challenges in meeting the criteria for establishing a certification body. I believe that all of you are familiar with this criteria. And many of you may have no difficulties in meeting this requirement, but the case is different in Korea. Of course, there is a big existing the certification body here in Korea too. KMF is here in this venue. And I'm talking about the newcomers, new entrant to the market. And for them, the door is closed. So in Korea, even for finding halal auditors, that's really a big deal. Because among the attendees of 4 masjid located in Busan, that's the second biggest city in Korea, there's no Korean Muslim who qualifies the major requirement such as chemistry or food services. What about forming a Sharia board? It's also challenging to find board members who have a background in Islamic theology. And among 30,000 Korean Muslims, there are barely 5 individuals with Sharia qualification. So these individuals are mainly engaging in the Arabic language teaching at universities or leading the masjid, which means that there is almost no workforce among Koreans who can exclusively dedicate to this halal certification Sharia. And securing Penilia too, the Penilia, the majority of Korean Muslims reside in the Seoul, the capital city of Korea. So for non-capital region manufacturing companies, it's extremely challenging to secure Penilia. So as you see here, in a country where non-Muslims are the absolute majority, establishing a halal system is really a big challenge for them. So here goes my suggestion. So first, there is an area where support from the Korean government is needed. It's about the visa issuance for foreign manpower. As I said, the primary challenge for settle down this halal ecosystem in Korea is a shortage of the halal manpower, especially halal specialized manpower. However, just short-term training is impossible, right? Just training for 1 year, that's gonna be not enough. That's not feasible. So I suggested Korean government should revise relevant visa regulation to allow the importation of the Muslim manpower from all over the world, which means that they have to categorize these halal professionals as a workforce that cannot be locally sourced in Korea. So that means that we can get the justification that we can import some halal specialized person from all of the country, including Indonesia. And considering the number of Korean companies involved in this halal business, they need Penilia, right? They need Penilia working in the production line, and that could be very significant. So potentially that reaching like thousands maybe, and provide new employment opportunities to Indonesia or any other countries in the world. So there's going to be a big, job opportunity in Korea too. And my suggestion also goes to the Indonesian government and BPJPH too. In certain foreign countries where the Muslim population is a minority, there's a big wall for new entrant to the market. Of course, there are a lot of existing certification body, but not on purpose. There should be naturally, they can think non-Muslims as, lively or, competitors too. Again, no offense. And there is a big gap still, between the Muslims and non-Muslims. So I believe this is against the internalization of the halal. Therefore, I believe BPJPH has to encourage or nudge, the cooperation from existing Muslims society. Again, it's all good direction to spread not only the halal product. It's not about just halal product. We want to spread out the Islamic culture, even Islamic religion to non-Muslims in Korea. I think there's a big potential. So this is going to be my last slide. So now I want to wrap up my presentation. I keep emphasizing I'm not suggesting a change in the fundamentals of halal system, or I'm not saying about the compromise on religious values. Halal, I know that it's the essence of Islamic culture. I believe on that. And its religious values cannot be replaced. But at the same time, to be a global trend, the promotion of the health and safety aspect of the halal product must be promoted too, even to non-Muslims in Korea and non-Muslims in other countries. The door should be a little bit more opened. So this will not only contribute to the globalization of the halal, but also, again, spreading the Islamic culture and expanding business opportunities too. So I really hope that the halal becomes global trend. So Dapatkan Ibu here, I really hope that we can cooperate each other to make this halal as a global trend. So once again, thank you so much for having me here today. Atas perhatian Anda, saya ucapkan terima kasih banyak. Thank you so much.
We give a big round of applause for Kim. Thank you, Mr. Kim, for your presentation. Then we can see another perspective. Halal is not focused on only the product. Halal has to be backed up also by manpower, specializing in, of course, in halal, even halal standard. Now, further ado, I would like to invite Mr. Edmund Glantz from Australia. Please joining this seminar. Ya, tolong dibantu. Yes.
I think I was just proving what the previous speaker said about the aging of some people dropping things. Thank you very much, and thank you very much for inviting Australia to speak at this meeting. It's been a good conference, and I hope the rest of the time goes really well for you. I've come really just to talk about halal in Australia in the global context. And probably thought I'd start with a little around Australia's food regulation system. Australia's food regulatory system is regarded as world-class and gives Australia food export industry a competitive advantage. It's important to us that this reputation is maintained. It's very important because we export 70% roughly of the agricultural products that we make. So it's very important that we actually can deliver for what our customers require, and that also includes having halal food being halal food. The Australian Export Inspection System, which is where I come in with the Department of Agriculture, is made up of 4 key components. And these include maintaining optimal animal health, because of Australia being an island, and away from most other countries, we don't seem to have a lot of the diseases that animals get that cause problems. And any of you that have come to Australia will see how the biosecurity team are so strict in everything that they control. And I would recommend please follow the advice if you come to Australia. So we have a strong regulatory framework around that work, but also around the production of food. And that includes meat. And just to be clear for everybody, my background is that I actually work in the export standards branch, and the commodity that I'm responsible for is meat and meat products. So basically, as one of the colleagues out there said to me, you'll talk a lot about meat. Well, I'm sorry, but yes, I will, because that's my main area of focus. The work that we do in that controlling in the meat space, in the meat processing space, starts from the farm and goes to the plate, I think as Dr. Surajitan was saying. And I think that it's very important that we look at those processes to make sure that we can deliver the right outcomes. My understanding is that currently, for sheep meat, for instance, whilst the Muslim population in Australia is probably around about 4 to 5%, 99.X of our sheep product is actually produced as a halal slaughter process. We maintain flexibility to incorporate and ensure compliance with additional country requirements. And I think that this is this kind of conference where you're talking about a global halal strategy plays into that, because there's obviously changes happening in the Islamic world around developing a global system for halal, and that would be good because it would help trading partners have a clearer vision and probably be able to have a consistent approach to the production of product for your market. But it's something that Australia takes very seriously, and meeting importing country requirements is one of the things that's captured in our regulation. And government auditing and oversight of the Australian export registered establishments is something that we do, and we also engage with trading partners who come and visit and audit our establishments and make sure that the work that we're doing is actually delivering the outcomes that you want. In many cases, we'd prefer if these were systems audits where you actually see that the Australian government gives you the support and the confidence that you need. But we also do listing audits as well, where we look at the individual establishments. So, in our legislation, we reflect in there the export all prescribed goods. So a prescribed good is something covered by our legislation, and a lot of foods like the dairy, the eggs, the fish, the meat are all prescribed in Australian legislation as needing to be processed in particular ways. What we try to do when it comes to this kind of work is to make sure that the food is wholesome, it's safe, and it meets the importing country requirements. And I think that the wholesomeness can be moral wholesomeness as much as it is for the food safety side of things, and I think that then fits with the halalness or the halal nature of a product that's being produced. We give assurances through our certification, and that certification can be paper-based, as is most of the case, or it can be electronic certification, which is where it sort of ties in with the rest of our system, that we can actually give you the assurances through a government-to-government transfer of data, so that you actually have confidence in what's happening there. Our food safety systems are responsible, critical to providing consumers with the insurance of our food safety. And I think the other one is animal welfare. So in Australia, it's law, that we must actually be looking after the animals. And I think the benefit of that too, when you're producing meat, is that an animal that's been treated well, as the Quran, I believe, would want you to do, produces a much more tender and a much better quality product. For us, it's very important that we understand the halal requirements of food production and maintaining a robust halal assurance system to support the food security in Islamic countries globally. And we are one of the few non-Muslim countries in the world that has a legislative system in place for the preparation, the identification, the processing and segregation of halal red meat and red meat products intended for export from Australia. And under this unique system, we export to over 17 Islamic markets, and much of the halal red meat exported from Australia is often added to supply chains in those countries or those markets for on-selling or reprocessing, and sometimes it comes back to Australia for us to consume. The system, the regulatory system that we have in place also includes the Australian government authorised halal program. And I mentioned just a moment ago that we're one of the few non-Muslim countries that actually has a regulated system for this. That system is because the Australian government cannot as a secular government order certain things to be done, and so we engage with the Islamic community and with the Muslim population to actually identify people that actually have knowledge and understanding of the processes, and they have a great contribution into making sure that halal product is halal product. And that's done through a partnership where the Islamic organisation in Australia will be working with the manufacturer and also with the Australian government for red meat. And then we actually have an arrangement in each of those places, in both the organisation and with the manufacturer. And that arrangement is a legal document that stipulates what people must do and what their roles are to ensure that halal product remains halal product. So just about the progress from there is that Australia has strict controls over some commodities, but not all. But we believe that the work that we do with meat is because it's a high-risk product, as in it's involved the ritual slaughter process, and so we are involved with that. But then for biscuits and so forth, we may not need to regulate as much, and that fits with our regulations and our laws, where we have an outcomes-based approach to legislation. It means that we can focus resources on those areas that really require it to be focused there, and trust in the processes that we have with other Islamic organisations certifying product, that they can actually achieve those outcomes for the lower risk foods. For halal red meat, in conjunction with Australian export legislation, facilities producing these products for food must comply with the Australian government program. And as I said, it's something that we do with the Australian Islamic organisations, the approved Islamic organisations. They're integral to the work that we do, and we rely heavily on them. And we have meetings and so forth to try and align our responsibilities and also our priorities. all halal red meat products exported from Australia are issued with a halal meat certificate, and that's co-signed by the government as well as by the Islamic organisation, and that's again strengthening that partnership that we have with the organisation to ensure that the product is halal. International cooperation on halal regulation. We have a transparent, business-friendly and consistently applied halal regulation, which I've discussed, and it's key to reducing impacts felt along the supply chain of these products. There are many stakeholders who have an important role to play, and we need to look at these opportunities to streamline regulation without losing the effectiveness of existing regulatory frameworks. And so when we create a system for, say, traceability, we can then actually use current traceability systems but focus on halal in that process. And Australia at the moment is one of the co-chairs of the Codex work on traceability. So we're revising the document from 2006. If you have any interest in that, I'd suggest join the working group so that we can actually get a document that gives you the foundations for setting standards that you apply within your own countries. And it's something that I suppose I particularly enjoy because it's actually trying to get things coordinated and harmonised so that we can actually work together and enhance trade. I think the main thing is if you are trying to work and have international cooperation, it's getting the right dialogue, and it should be an open dialogue, and we should share information surrounding those things that we want to discuss and including and importantly halal requirements. And this allows us to have discussion which is in alignment where possible for exchange of product or trade in product. The international bodies such as Codex and the WTO are mediums to promote transparent trade, and it's important to think about that, when we're setting standards and when we're moving forward with standards, and hopefully Australia does that. And recently, through CC Fix, Australia is the chair of the Codex Committee on Food Import-Export Control Systems. We were able to develop the document with Singapore, Canada and China as co-chairs on audit, remote auditing, and finding solutions and digital ways of actually improving understanding and confirmation that products that we say have characteristics do have those characteristics, including being prepared as halal. The benefits of cooperation and international trading partners and regulatory systems for halal would be, I think, if we could actually reduce duplication. So, as I said, with the traceability or with product integrity and so forth, if we actually have systems in place that actually work, it's best to take those systems and then add to those systems so that we can actually end up with a greater confidence in what we've got. I think in WTO and so forth, removal of unjustified trade barriers and restrictions, and you heard a couple of the speakers mention that this might be how things are seen, and yes, you do hear those sorts of things, but I think by going through the WTO, the Codex Alimentarius Committee and so forth, when you're dealing with standards, that can be explained, and that can be actually altered so that it's actually a more meaningful and acceptable process that results. And I think the other thing is sometimes, as we were talking about, and I think Dr. Shurajidin, it's great to hear from you about the standards being so close, because I think that sometimes it's misunderstandings and the confusion around standards that actually leads to these Am I finished? One minute?
Yes, please.
Yeah. Sorry. As I said, we've made significant progress in a number of halal markets, and I think it's because we adopted the approach that, where we need to regulate was to make sure that the confidence in our certification, in our verification and processes to confirm that something is halal was the positive. And I just wanted to say that as part of that international cooperation and really You would have seen me taking lots of notes with the other speakers. I will continue to do that because I really want to learn. And I think Australia is the same. And we sort of do that also through the Australia Awards. And I think there's an Australia-Indonesia Award where we've actually got people coming to Australia at the end of November from Indonesia, from BPJPH, from industry here, and other areas where they actually can pick up and visit with Australian businesses and do some learning with an intensive 2-week course, I believe it is. And they'll be visiting halal places, food production, just to actually share that information and hopefully bring back more of an experience than just a video or a footage. I'll stop there because it sounds like my time is up.
Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Sorry for talking too long.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Edmund. We give us a round of applause for Edmund Mons from Australia. I think I have special question for you after this session, right? Okay, well, now we would like to invite Madam Saida Ahmad from UK. Please, Madam, it's not last but not least. It's still steady. And you maybe have also another presentation, please do.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuhu.
Wa alaikum salam.
I'm Saida Ahmed, and today I actually want to talk about global standards. But I want to kind of take it to the side a bit because I never follow rules fully. And I think that this is where the opportunity for me is to share some of my thoughts and work. So let me see if I can work this. Can we change the screen, please? So we're going to talk about the Sustainable Development Goals because I think that in terms of my own personal experiences, 25 years ago, I started working in social and environmental impact projects. And those projects were all about making a difference to the lives of people. And it was only when I went to Cambridge University to do my master's there that I realized that actually there's an overlap between what Islamic economy is teaching us about sustainable economies and the future and also the ethical economy. But there was no talking between the two different types of economies. And then I started looking at this about 10 years ago to see where those overlaps were. And there was substantial overlap, but one was targeting a secular world and the other one was targeting the Islamic world. Now, the 17 Sustainable Development Goals, many of these are actually within an Islamic context. When you look at it, it's making sure that, for example, nobody goes hungry. You look at things like zakat, you look at sadaqah, you look at all of these things which are there to provide support within an Islamic economy. But as I see it, the Islamic economy is based first on Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala's rules, which is He is the Rahman and He is the Rahim. He is the compassionate and He is the kind. And I feel that somewhere along the way, the halal economy became very transactional and economy driven, but from a religious perspective, rather than looking at the wider hukukul ibad or the responsibility to creation. Next slide, please. So the responsibility to creation is wider than social responsibility. It's wider than environmental responsibility. It actually looks at those responsibilities that we as Muslims have. Because if the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam was rahmatul alameen, the mercy to all of creation, then as we as Muslims supporting all of creation, and as the halal economy, which is there to be the economy that supports the Muslims and the wider world, are we enablers and stewards of that mercy and of that responsibility? Here we look at, for example, the use of natural resources. Is it harming the world? Is it not harming the world? Is there other natural resources that Allah gives us, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, that can actually support that which is living? Then looking at things like israf or reducing waste. You know, I was in a hotel just over this last week. They had the most amazing buffets, and every day I used to think, okay, I'm going to have this today. But then I asked the people that were working there, very long hours, I said, what happens to this food at the end of the evening? They said it's thrown away. I just felt like shocked, because as Muslims, we need to be leading the way and showing that we look after those that work for us, those that work with us, those that need support in society. Health and nutrition. I'm again, from the work I'm doing internationally, unfortunately, with the way halal is being used in the West, and particularly the UK, up till now, you know, many of the people who say, oh yeah, this is halal, they're not going through certification bodies, but they're also not looking at the health issues that are coming with some of the food. So we've got food pumped with hormones, genetically modified food in the UK that is serving the Muslim population. I went into schools and children were being fed fast food every single day. You know, fries, burgers, full of additives. We are sitting on an obesity problem. If it hasn't happened already, it's happening. We've got issues around, cancer, of heart disease, etc. And so really, it's like, how do we embed with the certification bodies and globally, looking at the best practice that's already happening in Malaysia and Indonesia and other countries, how do we embed that into the global standards within halal? Then we look at education, and you know, there's people talk about it's a 3.4 trillion economy annually. We're never going to realize it, and we're never going to keep the money in our communities for growth until we start training halal entrepreneurs, career pathways into food, into health, into a modest fashion, into entrepreneurship, and we start linking the job career pathways to the labor market and to entrepreneurship. And then poverty alleviation. You know, again, Rasulullah Pak Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam said that the hand that gives is better than the hand that receives. Unfortunately, there is a major issue occurring in the Islamic economy at the moment. We have the most generous people in our communities all over the world, but what we've done is misaligned where the funds go, so we're not actually taking on a role which is preventative and to enable micro entrepreneurship and growth of SMEs. You look at the Islamic finance sector, and I'm really sorry to my brothers and sisters involved in Islamic finance. It's like home purchase plan after home purchase plan. You know what people need? They need resources to set up their businesses, to grow, to do halal trade, tijara, which is what our economy is based on. And then, you know, look at zero hunger. And again, looking at businesses. I asked a question in my social media a while ago. Give me the name of an Islamic or a Muslim business that's operating, that's paying their workers not just fairly, but well, looking after people, so people are not working and in poverty at the same time. The problem we're facing is people are working all hours. They have no time for their families. They have no way of actually getting out of poverty, even though they're doing substantial amounts of work. This has to change. We have to basically be the beacons of best practice and enable that what we do and deliver is changing how Islam is applied in the world. So we're not telling people, oh, Islam is mercy, but our actions totally contradict that. Next slide, please. So some of the areas I'm working on at the moment, and I'm working with both Muslims and the wider global community in sustainable cities where we're using agriculture, we're having food and nutritional security programs we will implement in different countries all over the world. So the idea here is that we don't create 20 of the same cities. It's not creating a McDonald's model all over the world. It's actually creating unique cultures, unique cities that respect the different cultures and the people of that area, and we work with building the skills of those people up. So instead of displacing the locals, we work and nurture the locals so they become the future, and they are the joint co-owners of the future prosperity. Some of the work again with Cambridge University, there's a think tank there, house there, that does substantial work around nutrition, food security. It's a 60 university network. I'm one of the associate directors for this, and I'm bringing halal into that how do we enable halal and basically research and innovation around nutritional security for each of the different cultures across not just the OIC countries, but the different communities, Muslim communities all over the world. So instead of taking burgers and fries to all of the different cultures, the Indonesian diet would be nutritionally balanced according to their local diet. The one in Pakistan would be nutritionally balanced there, and Turkey and so forth. So it's not cultural imperialism, it's actually creating solutions that can be applied by even some of the poorest people in that country. Again, I'm part of steering groups looking at skills and sectoral pathways for things like food production. We've got some of the global experts on hospitality, on travel and tourism, on health. So, and for example, we looked at, the aging populations. We're already talking to governments in North Africa in creating skills pathways for health and social care, because it's going to be a major need in the world, and we need to make sure that we've got people who can work in those areas. And then all of this requires investment and resourcing. We can't expect halal certification bodies to be a magic wand to sort everything. We really need to take an integrated approach. It can't be driven by ego. We have to realize that the halal and the Islamic economy is not Sayyida's economy, it's not this person's or this country's, it's Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala's economy. And we are all incomplete. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is complete. So we have to learn to work with one another, and we have to take the strengths of one another and build ourselves and give our strengths to others so we have a robust and sustainable economy. Next slide, please. So, this isn't just like, let's do this and it's for the akhirah. This is about economic growth, and it's about sustainable economic growth. It's about making social and environmental impact. And by doing things properly, you get investment and funding where people are willing to see the opportunity. If everybody wants to guard their little corner, it's not going to work. And in this, it brings substantial FDI and inward investment. Some of the investors I have that are lining up and we're just kind of mobilizing, they're talking about bringing in billions into the halal economy. These people would not touch the halal economy because normally, and the reason that they're interested is because I'm coming up with a story which they understand. It's common to the Muslims and the wider world, and everybody can see not just a win-win solution, but a win-win growth solution. Next slide, please. So just on that concluding remark, that there's always this conversation that it's 3.4 trillion annually, and only 20% or so of it's met. That 80% is a field waiting, and in that we need to have entrepreneurs in there, we need to have businesses in there, we need them to both be Muslim and the wider world that believes in those common values in the halal economy. So there's youth entrepreneurship, female entrepreneurship, it goes across all the different areas: agriculture, health, food, wellness, and so forth, and we can create both economic zones, impact zones and industrial zones to enable the different countries to benefit and the populations of those countries. Thank you. I don't know if I've covered... Yeah.
You have shipped time, no problem, madam. It's a very good presentation. We give a round of applause for Madam Saida from UK. Wow, it's good. Yeah, you underlined about also the sustainable development concerning about the anti-aging surgery. This for the senior one, right? I think you have already have insightful from our eminent speaker, from Edmonds, from Noor, Sirajuddin, and also Yubin, and from Madam Saida. Now it's time, it's yours. If you have any question, any comment, we have time only just 22 minutes. I think we are really running out of time, but I will give a chance you untuk for the dialogue or some question, please, and dedicated to whom. And please raise your hand. Who will start for one question?
I will start.
Yeah, one here. No, yes. There's one, number two is ladies there. I give you three, and from there, that's in the middle. Okay. Okay, let's start by two first, and then we. Where's one? Okay. This one in. What's that? No. Oh, no, correct. Okay, yeah, that is 4. Oh, we start from. Yes, you is first right side, please, and please.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Your question addressed to.
Okay, thank you for the time, because I don't want to take much of your time, so to be brief. First, the general comment. Thank you very much for all these very informative sessions, and yet perhaps very challenging to the Halal certifying body in non-Muslim countries especially. And then number two, I agree very much with the Sister Saida about, halal or harams are not only with regard to food product, but also the dealing between people. We deal, and the source of our income, whether halal or not, or how we treat our employees or workers. And thirdly,
please, microphone.
Yeah, okay. And thirdly, as for Mr. Yu, very interesting information. But first, I have one question only to Mr. Yu.
Yes.
But at the end, inshallah. First thing is what interested me, where you mentioned about more and more non-Muslim Koreans are interested in halal product or halal food. And you mentioned the reason as well. So, in line with this, I have to share two stories, or maybe incident in...
Can you make a short story, please?
Yeah, sure. Very short. Okay, in Australia, there's one store or supermarket where they have halal section for red meat. So one of the Muslim customer first, maybe out of curiosity, started buying from the halal section. And then it came to the notice the manager, because ever since he kept going to that halal section, and she asked him, why do you buy it from halal section? And then he said,
yes,
because the meat here tastes better. Okay. Another incident, I have a born Muslim Chinese friend. He went to Beijing recently, and he noticed many non-Muslim Chinese going to halal restaurant. And then he asked them, why do you come here to be? And then they said, because their meat better, it doesn't smell blood, but the other meat smell blood. Just a lastly question. The question, what is the reason for the decrease of birth rate in Korea? That's all.
Thank you. And the second question, please, by Madam on the left side here. Yeah, please raise your hand. Please, yeah. Please stand up. Could you stand up, please? Yes, all right.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Dr. Dia Inayati. I am an observer of halal system since 2014. I have been engaged in the halal auditing also since 2014. Actually, I have a question related to the topic of these sections, namely realizing a global halal standard. So the question is being addressed to all distinguished speakers. Considering that up till now, as the speaker from Malaysia, Jakim, have been informed that there have been many halal standards worldwide. And the tendency is it will be increased in the future. Second, that the quantity of halal standard, according to me, will influence the efficacy and efficiency of halal certification body as well as the industry to fulfill the requirements. And the third, that the recognition and accreditation process has impact more or less to the certification fee, which has to be provided by the industry, as well as the cost of halal product. The last one, that
okay,
the
Madam,
similarities.
you have only 3 questions.
Yes, my question is, well,
yes,
maybe let me inform you only the last fact that the similarity among the old standard are significantly more than the differences. My question is, according to distinguished speaker, would it be possible, according to you, that we are going to have a one gold halal standard, which is going to be acceptable worldwide? Thank you.
Well, we get the point. Okay, in the middle, one here.
Thank you.
Siapa tadi? No, here. Yes, please do that. Okay. Yeah, please introduce yourself and then.
Okay, my name is Johnny Kusnadi from Universitas Brawijaya Malang.
Universitas Brawijaya Malang.
Okay, it's quite interesting with the topic realizing global halal standard. Is it possible to realize a global halal standard? Because now there are many standards, but I do believe that we have the same source, Al-Quran and Al-Hadith. So my question is, how to start, how to realize, how to implement the global halal standard? This is my question to all speakers. Thank you very much.
Thank you, that's a very good question. And now the right side, okay. Ya, baju putih belakang, Bapak. Yes, please you introduce by yourself. Yes, microphone.
Cek. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Let me introduce myself. My name is Imam Peswarentoro and you can call me Imam. I'm from Plastic Pay Indonesia. We are waste management company. I have one big question. Is it possible to claim recycled material, recycled packaging like this to be halal certification standard? Because when we produce the halal packaging, we should responsible our consumption and our production after the product is post-production. Is it possible to make certification of the halal and combine the recycled material substitution? Thank you very much.
Okay, the question is possible or not possible, or in the middle, subhat. Okay, the last one. Oh,
Thank you.
Oh, this is Mr. Zen, the
Yes.
organizer.
I am Zen from Indonesia.
Yeah, from
I am
BPJPH.
from
Okay, please.
BPJPH. This is my short question. I'm to Ibu Nurhariti from Dinar Standar. Indonesia, last year, we have the second rank for the food and beverage. I'm sure that you are come to Indonesia as a Dinar Standar research, can answer my question. So for the next 2024 or 2023, what the rank of the Indonesia in the State Global Islamic Economic Record? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. This question related with the sponsor from government. Wow, that's very smart. They don't want to lose the opportunity. This is a message from Mr. Chaudhry from Ivanka. Okay, we will start from Madam Saida. You do have a question related with you. And then you, Benkin. And then Basira Judin, especially for when we will realize exactly the global standard, since we have also many of standard and of passing the school of talks. At least we have 4 mazhab, different things, and that's for you. And you already, and Pak Edmund, this is my question for you. Since you also touched about the animal welfare, that's very important, animal welfare. Since Australia is a provider of meat, how you can harmonize the animal welfare and the Islamic regulation for slaughtering especially. That's for you. Okay? Please start from that left.
Can you just repeat the question, please? Pardon? Can you repeat the question, please? Repeat the question.
Repeat the question. The question, I think, related with the new investment.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, so in order to get new investment in the halal economy, both by Muslims and non-Muslims alike, and by institutional or individual investors, there has to be, there's going to always be interest in, for example, this is the business proposition, this is the returns, etc. However, we're going into a world now where just making profit isn't enough. We have to show what we're doing and how we're doing things. And from that includes the social and the environmental impact of what we're making, and seeing how our businesses can actually contribute to the wider goals. The days of just trying to make a quick book and, on a global scale where you're making money but doing it very quickly and in an unethical way, it's fast falling, because the media is holding businesses to account for their practices. The halal economy has got away with it for a long time, but it won't forever. It's catching up. And then there'll be questions asked. What is our legacy in terms of wastage, or in terms of worker rights, in terms of how we spend our money and how we look after others? That's why we have to take preemptive action, and we have to work with the accreditation bodies as well as the halal certification bodies, so they're prepared to know what they're going to be looking for, wider than what they're looking for at the moment around, say, food safety or other standards.
Thank you. And you, Ben Kim, you already noted the question from Mr. Hadi.
All right, thank you so much, because you give me the chance to speak out. I want to really show my respect on this halal society, because as I told you, I'm non-Muslim, but I was grown up in Malaysia and Indonesia when I was little. Like, saya tinggal di Malaysia dan Indonesia ketika saya masih kecil, selama 3 tahun. So I've seen, this, and experienced this Islamic society. But coming here today, I was really surprised that, it's really full of love here in this society, and you guys share the videos of Palestine, so I really want to show my respect on this society. And the question from you, I think I believe it's about the reason for having lower fertility rating in Korea, right? Yes. I call it that it's because of the labor market structure in Korea. We call it labor market dualism, which means that there's a really big gap between the good jobs and bad jobs. So which again it indicates that there's really high competition in the labor market. So young population cannot really enjoy leisure. They have to spend all the resources in the market. So it simply means that the Korean people is not really happy. And especially if the Korean women give birth, they're gonna have very long career break. And it's really difficult to get back. So I think my answer is that it's because of the labor market structure.
Yubin, let just ask you, since you mentioned about labor market in Korea, since also the potential of halal food and halal everything, halal industry, there's a chance to extend your capacity of labor in Korea in halal side.
Sure, we have the workforce import system called employment permit system, but so far we are only allowing low-skilled workers from all over the world, which means that they are working in the manufacturing sector like shipbuilding industry or steel industry. But as I said, we are having really low fertility rate and the population is really shrinking. So we are thinking to have more skilled workers because we cannot really stand out like this situation. We have to get, not just workforce, we have to get immigration from the others.
Okay, that we can mutual also recognition for the training for related with the labor intensive in the market and also labor qualification. And now, Pak Sirajuddin, the question from Brawijaya. This is, actually lecturer from Brawijaya. Please.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Moderator. I think the question number 2, 3, and 4 is a bit related. I just touch a bit. The question how many there's many standard nowadays. How we can is it efficient standard all over? And about the certification fee, about the efficiency, it depends on how we get involved in developing the standard. As I mentioned previously, since Malaysia is and numbers of countries is members of SMIC, Standard Metrology of Islamic Countries, we develop the standard is not on our own. We have the technical committee. We call upon all the countries to be together in the technical committees. We discuss it thoroughly. It's not overnight. It takes years to establish each standard. So we have numbers of views from all the members. So that's why just now I mentioned that we call upon the BSN from Indonesia together with the BPJPH to be the active members for SMIC. So then we can come together to develop the halal SMIC halal standard, inshallah. For the certification fee, it depends on the CB, on the certification bodies. It's not controlled because different countries, different regulation, different costs, different lifestyle to be incurred in the certification fee. That the last one from a second questioner, that the possibilities to have one world halal standard, yes, that's what my response. It depends on the support of all the Muslims all over the world, either Muslim countries or all the halal certification bodies.
This is a dream or can be realized?
Yeah, can be realized,
Okay.
but it depends on us, if I can say that. Second question is about the standard. We have Quran and Hadith, where and how to start for global standard. This remind me on the first day when I joined Halal in 2006 in Malaysia. When we talk about halal standard, there's numbers of questions from our Muslim brothers and sisters. They mention, brothers, why we need to have those standards? We already have Quran and Hadith. But the answer is, since the players is non-Muslim, so we need to have this standard for them to understand what is halal is all about. Where to start? We already started. We are not looking for which point we want to start. Just we need to have more collaborators. We need to have more members with all your expertise, with all your experiences to make it happen as the world halal standard with the SMIC halal standard, inshallah. Last but not least, just to answer based on the question from Imam regarding about the post-production recycled material? Is it possible? The answer is, it depends on what ingredients, what's the process involved when you want to produce the recycled material. If there is no such haram material, so the answer is yes. If there is, we need to discuss it in our fatwa council. For example, in Indonesia, we need to discuss with MUI. Is it possible or not possible? It's not because of the standard, but it depends on the Sharia law. Thank you.
Yes, Imam. Give a round of applause for Pak Sirajuddin. I think that's important, the content, right? And then it's halal or not. But halal is about the process. You can see for halal supply chains from end to end, then it cannot be mixed up. Really? Yes, this expert say yes. Then the last one, because it's government question for you, Mr. Edmonds. Yeah, I just asked for you, since you touched upon about animal welfare. In some countries like Europe, I know that France, they are very strict about animal welfare. Jadi di Eropa, di Australia itu ada namanya pre-kebinatangan, jadi nggak sembarang. Especially for the slaughtering, right? How you are harmonized because you are exporting country for meat. How you do that? But harmonized within animal welfare and slaughtering ala Islamic.
Yeah. So basically, animal welfare starts at the farm, and it's a whole process, not just at the end. And it's really important, to actually grow good stock. Stock that are stressed don't perform well. They get more disease. They actually don't, thrive as much as they could. And so by having, good animal welfare on farm, you increase productivity, and the farmers make more money because they cared for the animals by appropriately feeding and caring and watering them. And then when you move into places like feedlots or sale yards, again, you need to be sure that you're actually looking after the animal, because if they're hitting the animal to make it move, or if they're actually running through things and running into gates or walls or different things, it bruises the meat, it bruises the animal. So the animal, people would say the animal's in pain, but the reality is that the animal is going to be turned into a product, and so the product is reduced. So again, lost productivity, lost return to the farmers, lost return to the people that are handling animals on the way. And then you come to transportation, same sort of thing. You can actually have damage there, but animals can dehydrate or, be ill. And so again, same sort of problem. And right to the end, when you come to slaughter, everything's got to be right. I think just to make sure that it's a stress-less environment, and the animals are actually in good condition, and it caters for the desire of the Australian community. Because
that you make sure that animal is not stressful. Yeah. How about because this is in the issues, you do the slaughtering or machine slaughtering or hand slaughtering?
Slaughtering machine or man?
So are we talking like mammals?
Yes.
Yeah. So that's done by a slaughterman, and
yeah. They are using the slaughterman jadi by hand, right? Yes. Jadi same in Indonesia we call also, if everything made by hand is more expensive than by machine. Like batik is by hand. It's very expensive than by machine. The slaughtering by hand is more expensive than slaughtering by machine. You agree, Pak Chaudhry, yeah? That's also Australian made, that by hand. You have expertise for slaughtering, right? You have expertise from slaughtering.
Yes.
You can do training in Malaysia also. They have also the slaughtering machine. Okay, now is a question for the government. Do we have chance to be number 1 in the food, or still number 10, or number 2? I don't know. From Dunia standard. All right.
Okay, thank you, Pak Sukta. Thank you for the question, Pak Zen. You are teasing all of us, right? Well, I think if you look at the ranking of Dunia standard, it's by ecosystem. So I think this is why the important for especially BPJPH and the government to improve the ecosystem. So because at the end of the day, if your ecosystem intact, like how our panelists are talking about farm to to market, yeah, you are actually complying according to the regulations, international standards, you have a chance to be the number one. You've got the population, you've got the markets for it, and you've already got 37 civil bodies coming to your country to actually, work with you guys. So I think there's a lot of opportunity, and you've got the resources in the country to actually drive the halal products and lifestyle. You're already leading in a few areas actually. Wait for the 2020, the report coming out at the end of this year, inshallah.
Okay, give the optimistic, give a round of applause for Madam Noor. Thank you so much. And finally, we just on time, it's 1 o'clock, 3 minutes. Then I think the conclusion only one from Pak Sirajuddin, we have to be optimistic that halal standard or global halal standard will be realized can be realized next few years. Inshallah. Then it depend on you, depend on the government, depend on SMIC, depend on also all the government related with the Islamic halal, and not only government who has majority population Muslim, but also like Korea, like Jukim, this can be also active in the halal certification body. Thank you so much for your kind attention. Have a good lunch, and give a round of applause for BPJPH, who has organized globally the halal certification or halal, what we call the realizing a global halal standard. Thank you for the eminent speaker, Edmunds, Bu Nurti, Pak Sirajuddin, Yubin Kin, Kamsahamida, and thank you for Saida, Sukron Kabir, right? Okay. Okay, thank you also for Pak Akil, who is inviting us to be the speaker and the moderator today. I do hope you have something insightful according to halal global and halal standard. Thank you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Bapak Sabta Nirwandar. Before we close the first session, we ask all the speakers and also moderator to remain on stage. There will be a memento from us. Thank you for your sharing regarding the realizing a global halal standard. The souvenir will be presented by Mr. Akil Ilham as head of BPJPH. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, please give a big round of applause for our amazing speaker, Mrs. Nurharti Jalil from Dunia Standard, Mrs. Dato Dr. Sirajuddin Suhaimi from Jakim, Malaysia, Mr. Yubin Kim, PhD as Senior Research Fellow Korea Labor Institute Sejong ROK, Glenn Edmonds, from Export Department Market Access, DAFF Australia Government, and Saida Ahmad from Cambridge University, Vice President of Investment for His Highness Global Halal and SDG Entrepreneur. Ladies and gentlemen, that concludes our first session. Thank you for all your participation. Hadirin sekalian, dengan demikian usai sudah sesi pertama kita pada siang hari ini. For our all distinguished speaker, please remain on stage for the photo session. Please, for all of the distinguished speaker, please remain on stage for our photo session first. So after the first session, we would like to invite all of the guests to enjoy the lunch we have prepared on the third floor, and the prayer room will be available in the second and the fourth floor. Thank you, and please be back before 2 p.m. as our conference continue with the second session, Understanding Indonesia Halal Certification System. An insightful session you won't want to miss. Thank you. Hadirin sekalian, dengan demikian berakhir sudah sesi pertama kita pada siang hari ini. Kami sudah mempersiapkan hidangan santap siang yang sudah disediakan di lantai 3. Sementara untuk ruang untuk ibadah, kita sudah siapkan di lantai 2 dan lantai 4. Dimohon kesediaannya untuk kembali ke ruangan sebelum pukul 2 siang ini, karena sesi kedua akan dimulai pada pukul 2 siang nanti dengan tema Understanding Indonesia Halal Certification System. Terima kasih. Ladies and gentlemen, please enjoy the lunch we have prepared on the third floor. And for the prayer room is on the second and fourth floor. Thank you, and please be back before 2 p.m. as our conference continue with the second session, Understanding Indonesia Halal Certification System.